Good morning, Karen Reed Trial Watchers. Welcome to another fabulous day. I'm going to be doing the trial inside for the first half and then outside for the second half. I'm going to try something. So, good morning. Come on in, Trial Watchers, Trial Watchers. Summer has started over here in good old Columbus. How about you guys? When I say summer started, school's out. Oh, summer. Let's see. Yes, we are too. Okay, good. We got Proctor. Proctor gonna take the stand again. I heard Brian Tully is in the building. So it's gonna go Proctor and then Brian Tully. Brian Tully is there though. Loving it. I'm loving it. Again, come on in. Running around all over this morning. Let's see. Getting our binders ready, getting our juror notebooks ready. Proctor is going to take the stand. Alan Jackson going to go at that ass. Again, good morning to everybody. Welcome. Make yourself known. Let me know where you're from. I want to see where we got people. Obviously, I'm representing Ohio. O-H-I-O. Again, let yourself. Oh, we got some Ohio's up in here. Yeah. Georgia, I see you. Ooh, Louisiana, shake it. Iowa. Chicago. Kentucky. Oh, another Louisiana. New Jersey. Northern Cali. Michigan. You up early over there. Washington State, Texas, Denver. Oh, man. Massachusetts people. I love them. Indiana. Maine. North Dakota. Charleston, South Carolina. Indiana. Oh, gosh. Oh, Germany. Yes. Yes, Germany. What time is it over there? Scotland. Yes. I was born in Columbus. Missouri, Texas. PA. Bama. Australia. Love it. Did I miss any? South Africa loves you, Lana. Oh, yes. I love Charlize Theron. So I feel the love. New Hampshire. Rhode Island? No. We got a little bit of everything in here. You guys, we are like a mutt. We are a mutt. Truth and transparency is a mutt. We got a little bit of everything. Love it, love it. You guys, it's awesome. Oh, critical thinking cat. There you go. Again, thank you, mods, for being in here. Much love and appreciation. Dighton, Massachusetts. No way. There we go. There we go. Nothing like a brown-eyed girl. Is that your favorite song? New York. There we go. We got a New York. We got a New York. We got any Virginia? Anybody from Virginia? West Virginia. We got any West Virginia folks in here? Trying to think. I saw PA. I saw Michigan. Wisconsin. Louisville. I can't wait for the cross today. Critical Thinking Cap is just excited. Okay, well, we're going to get it started. All right. We want more cowbell, baby. Arkansas. There we go. Arkansas. Foxborough. Okay, going to see Brady tonight. Brady's in town. Nice. North Carolina. Virginia in the house. Okay. How about we got any Arizona? Did I see an Arizona in here? West Virginia. Okay. Someone's claiming W. Okay. One of my favorite humans lives in West Virginia. All right, guys. Proctor going to take the stand. How long do we think he's going to be on the stand for? You think he's going to take us to the lunch hour? Lunch hour takes us to 1. I'm already thinking about what's for lunch. What's for lunch, guys? Tonight I'm cooking barbecue chicken, corn on the cob, mashed potatoes, or should I do baked potato? Texas. It's the Hall of Fame for Brady today? Oh, you got to go to that. Brady all day, baby. All day, baby. You guys are saying all day. Proctor's going to be there all day. All day. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards the baked potato too. I'm not going to lie. Now, if you guys want to know what I was doing last night, I do apologize because I wanted to talk about the Idaho 4 case, but I was actually doing something else in Idaho last night, and it involved church. Okay, church scams. And so you guys even want to know what I was doing last night. I mean, there are some sick people out there. That's all I will say. There are some sick people out there. Woo. Gosh. I got myself wrapped up in reading reviews. And you guys know I like to, like, it's sometimes like, I can't stop looking at a train wreck. And I'm reading these reviews. And I'm just like, damn, how is this place still having church? Are people still going to this church? Anyways, shit. Baked potato sounds good. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the baked. But when I make my mashed potatoes, I take real potatoes and I mash them. So like I get all up in there. But anyways, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Transparency. And today it is day, what is it, 20? It's day 23, Wednesday, 6/12. And I'm putting together my last part of my juror booklet for today. Good morning, H-Bag. Good morning. Welcome, gracing us. I was just watching what Nancy Grace was saying about Karen Reed. I can't believe Nancy Grace thinks Karen is guilty. I can't believe you watch Nancy Grace. I only watch Nancy Grace so I can critically acclaim to be her biggest critic. Nancy is not watching the same trial as us. She's a wackadoo. Yeah, I think Proctor was actually talking about Nancy Grace when he was writing those text messages. You know, I think maybe he thought he was talking about Nancy. I think all of these women who are watching this case are in mainstream media have literally succumbed to the man. It's just bowing down, baby. They're all getting paid. And I'm just so happy that I don't have to, like, my brain and my being, my morals and values do not have to be compromised. And I get to be here saying exactly what I think based on what my brain and it tells me. My heart tells me. But watching these idiots act like they have passion about what they're saying, it's what you would call, that's my entertainment. That's entertainment to me. So let me tell you a funny story about Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace was signing autographs in Nashville at her meet and greet or whatever, and she had the audacity to close down her own line with her bodyguards. That should just tell you who Nancy Grace is. There's people like, no, you would have closed down your line at one, like at the last minute to possibly get an autograph. If you're in line at that minute, you're in. Okay. She closed on her line 10 minutes early because she wasn't going to stay an extra single minute past her meet and greet time. That should tell you who Nancy Grace is. Nancy Grace too good for us. Well, I could say that I would never do that. I'd get my son to start signing some autographs. Make sure everybody got a piece. Plus, it's going to be way worth more than mine. But yeah. Anyway, she's just a train. Hey guys, Chad. Can you guys please make that your alarm when you guys wake up in the morning? I'm gonna do a little bit of a 10 gens in a row like that, and I want you guys to all change it to your alarm, your wake up. Chad. Can you imagine that? That's what you can say, like, oh, I wake up to that every morning, just like the Laya said. Make it a ringtone. Make it your alarm ringer. You can feel like Jen. Oh my God, I just woke up to Jen. Actually, we could probably just use Jen's own voice to make yourself that ringer. Okay. But everybody followed. Like Matt McCabe did it, Jen did it, and then Carrie did it. You know, Carrie. Can you imagine what your significant other would say if that's what you're waking up to in the morning? Like, what are you doing? What is that? Why are we waking up to that? Why is your alarm set like that? Oh, it just gets me in the mood to hop on lives with Lana. We're going to have some people going down divorce lane. We don't want that. What's the key to a healthy marriage? Commit crimes together, because then you're never going to get divorced because you're not going to out the other person. So definitely the key to a successful, long-lasting marriage is definitely to commit crimes together. You'll definitely be staying married for a hell of a lot longer. You don't have to testify against the other. So long-lasting marriage, guys, commit crimes together. So, all right, Proctor. Proctor's wife took to social media and wanted everybody to know that she is 100% proud of her man. She stands by her man. She gets on her knees for her man, and she wants all of us to know it. So with that being said, I'm surprised she didn't try to get a seat in the courtroom today. She could, if you're so proud of your man, why don't you get all of your friends? Okay. I want to see how proud you are. Why don't you get all your friends to get down to the courthouse, right? Get on down there and y'all wear proud proctors. How about proud proctors? And y'all get down there and really show your faces, and let's see how many people are willing to show their face that they're proud of Proctor. Okay, can you just imagine that? Proctor has a little fan area, little crowd going on over there. Like, yeah, right. Nobody would be wearing a shirt that says proud of him. Okay. She is absolutely just as delusional as Nancy Grace. Maybe Nancy Grace should have the Proctor family on her channel. Okay. But if you were proud of him and you felt truly the way that you took to social media behind a keyboard and screen, you would have taken, then come out behind that and go down there and really be proud and show your support and all the things that you wanted to write. Just ridiculous. I mean, wow. I just can't even. By the way, Lana, I loved about this said I ain't no follower. Yeah, I'm not a follower. And I thought, well, I may lead and stuff, but I follow the truth. There you go. While these people are going down, this is the same thing that happened if you guys want to know about how this works, this is the same that happened in the Dan Markle case. All right. Everybody stuck to their guns about their story. All right. Then everybody started going down and being found guilty. All right. And then people started, the people that were going down were, the people that actually pulled the trigger against Dan Markle, that Katie, it's going to take a minute. Okay. But these people are going to start, they can say, we ain't no rats and you're a rat and blah, blah, blah. Okay. When you're looking down a barrel of prison time, we'll see how much you're going to be saying you ain't no rat. So we'll see how that all plays out. Whoops. We have somebody coming in. Is Bev going to get up on that mic a little sooner? Let's make sure that we're all geared up listening to Bev. All right. And yes, by the way, I did see Young, Thug, Lawyer, all that stuff. Yes, Domino, baby. I did see that. Somebody asked me that. Busty, you're just so lucky that I let you still comment in here. Let's be real. Let's be real, Busty. Busty comes here because she ain't got nowhere else to go. That's how awesome I am about freedom of speech. I just let your ridiculousness shine for you. Sidebar. Over under. We'll go with 12 today. 12 sidebars. That's a lot. I would take the under on 12. Let's make it more interesting. 8. 8 over under sidebars. Sidebars 8. How many objections by Lally, man? That's how you know that he's in on it. All right. When you're trying to protect something, that's why you're objecting. And that's what he's doing. Otherwise, he should have no problem with his guy getting crossed up. Because you have to think about this. If he doesn't object, right, everything he has to answer. So pay attention to those objections today. See if they're about, if it's truly an argument, obviously if it's something that's argumentative, okay, yeah. If Alan Jackson wants to put colorful language on something, but he's doing it to make a point with the jurors. That's why I think asking the question's amazing, and the way you ask it, and then how the opposite attorney responds to that. So I'm excited. I found this channel because I was tired of chats filled with busty Ds on the other chats. Yeah. Busty D's got alts for days. No, I'm just kidding. I can't stand people that, if you want to comment on something, at least be educated on the subject. Like when somebody asks me, do I know anything about this case or that case? Yeah, I saw that the lawyer was, they threw the lawyer in contempt, or, I don't know. That's all I know. Can't speak on it. Don't know it. So when somebody asks me a question that I don't know, I don't know. I don't just go in chats and just write ridiculous shit. So now I did watch one of the, I think it was Boston 10. One of the women who was a reporter was interviewed, and she's like, there was all the women jurors were just like, one of them had their chin hanging out when Proctor was talking about his text messages. Chin was all the way down, jaw open, like, and then the other one, somebody laughed. It was like a like a scuff, like a Busty D is great at thrifting. We have become friends. Great at thrifting. Oh, they go thrift shopping? I thought there was, is there 10? There's 9 or 10 women jurors on that. Yeah. His objections are the heartbeat of the case. 10, yeah, that's what I thought. You guys, I've never, in all the years I've watched trials, I've never seen anything like that from the lead detective talking like that in text messages. But let's be honest, when has that ever been able to come out? I bet you it happens a lot. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. It's not just a Proctor thing. Okay, it's a motherfucking problem thing. Okay, it's egotistical males that are in powerful positions that are corrupt that need to go. And not saying that women can't be just as egotistical on power trips. And they're usually the ones that licked a lot of ass from the males to get where they got. Because if you can't beat them, join them. Meanwhile, I would just be telling all those pricks to shove it straight up their fucking asses, but that's just me. Let's see what we got here. It's 9:08, and Bev wonders, wait, how on tilt is Bev going to be? Was anybody dressed up as her today? Because I stopped in at Turtle Boy's chat, and he's like, why was she extra cunty yesterday? And I'm like, because 2 people dressed up as her. And you know what I was thinking about is he probably didn't even know that because he was already in there. He's in his line, so I don't even know if he got to see all that, but that is why she was the way that she was. She was extra tossed. Oh man, was she on one? Oh, and it was just great because I knew exactly why she was on one. 2 people dressed up as her like it was Halloween out there. It's October 31st out there. You made it when people are dressing up as you. The only thing I'm telling you, we have secured a, Wayne's World Garth. Well, Garth has the wig that I need because it has the bangs. Okay. And it's got the straight hair bangs, Garth from Wayne's World. And so we secured a Garth wig and a leaf blower. Okay. And I am giving Bev haircuts and leaf blows. All right. So if you want to truly wear the Aunt Bev costume, you got to go with the wig that is the Garth wig from Wayne's World. Okay. It has the bangs, it has the blonde. And J9, excuse me. I feel like Lally right now. And J9, she went ahead and sent me a video of herself putting on, this wig. And with her permission, I want to share it. Okay. Bang bangs. I hear Bev. She's trying to get it ready. I hear. Come on, Bev. Bang bangs. Hey, Bella, are you able to share that link? All right, make sure you make yourself known. We have 570 people in here. I want to see us have 1,000 people watch for Proctor today in this chat. I want the truthers to come on over here. The truth seekers over here. Share this video. Get people pumped up. Let's go. It ain't too early to get a keg for Karen, maybe. I'm throwing a kegger for Karen. God. Hey, are you able to share that link? Yep, thanks for sharing that link. Appreciate it. Come on, Bev. I thought you were coming. Bev's doing some psych outs on us. I'm gonna share. Let's go take a look over there at Canton. Is anybody dressed as her today? Oh God, we have the Muppets. Tom's playing the Muppets intro. I love it. Tom cracks me up. Again, guys, make yourself known. Freebird gifted 10 Truth and Transparency memberships. I didn't even see this. Freebird. It was before I got into chat at 8:44 a.m. Freebird. Who got to turn green on Freebird's dime? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. It's going to be another awesome day, Tommy. I feel it. Tammy, sorry, I didn't mean to call you Tommy. I'm so used to talking about Tom over here. New Jersey. There she is. Donna M. Lover. Woo-wee. Look at his thumbnail. I know. It's Fraggle Rock down there. When is Cross? Cross is as soon as she gets going here. As soon as she starts up her shindig today. I mean, why would we start on time, Bev? Oh, thank you. Ireland? Yes. That's where our family's from. Yes. Irish, Italian. Great combo. What up, Dinky? Dinky making a drop this morning. Come on, Bev. Everybody's over here like, what are we having today? We're having Modelo's. What are you guys drinking over there? We're throwing a kegger for Karen. Come on out. Yeah, I can just see everybody now. Damn, Lana throws everything into a party. Somebody was murdered and Lana's partying. Yep. Say whatever you want. Spin it, baby. I ain't no spinner. You spin me right around, baby. Throw some Baileys up in there. I know what you're doing over there, H-Bag. Pull up, bitch. You guys, where is Mr. Brian Hale? I need to make sure my t-shirt's on point. Okay. I want 1-800 ABCDEFG Hotel Phonics. Didn't work for me with Elizabeth Proctor on it. Okay. If you guys can make that happen, pull up. Mike Javin, shake it for mama, baby. I love you. I love you, Mikey. Too much ass grabbing going on in Canton. It's just a big ass grab around here. You guys drinking some coffee? You guys putting some Baileys in there? Is it an Irish coffee? A little bit of Baileys, a little bit of JMO. Beer hug. Going to be 90 degrees today. Oh God, if they got to turn off that air conditioning, Proctor better speak up. Jury's gonna hate him. Jury already doesn't like him. I wonder how shiny his little bald head's gonna be. Ramchata, there you go. Give me
you
some.
are unmuted.
Oh, here we go. Bev's coming on. Here we go, guys. Welcome to my haven. To the transparency, appreciate you guys being here. Make yourself known. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs down. Either way.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in and Raleigh County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected of it? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. You may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that.
And there's one instruction I
We
need
had
to
a
give you.
juror
You'll
leave?
remember that when
A juror pieced out?
digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
See how she just skates over what she should have done. Like, look at that Garth. She has a Garth wig on, guys. You guys are never gonna see it the same. That's a Garth wig.
Welcome, step. Next stand, please, clerk, to be sworn in.
It's almost for the evidence of the court during the case now. We're going to retrieve the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to omit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see a sidebar on this?
There's sidebar number 1. We're going to go with the over and under count here, guys. Sidebar number 1. Give it up for Bev. Making herself known right off the rip. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Whoopsies. That was my fault. That was all my fault. Let me fast forward this. There we go. Ooh, Karen Reed's got her pen ready. Sidebar number 1. You can't even get things going. Juror asked to be dismissed. God, I hope it wasn't somebody that they liked. And look at that, Mr. O'Keefe. Look at it. He wants to see Proctor's testimony here. Look at that. Mr. O'Keefe wants the front row. He wants to see. You gonna lie to my face? All right, guys, we're up to 634 people. I'm about to share this that we're live, just in case people are not waking up to the same ringtones as we are with Bev and Jen. So let's make sure people know. I should change it to Trooper Pooper. Trooper Pooper takes a stand today, and we will be. Here we go. Make sure we're waking up all the members with, you don't want to miss this.
Unmuted.
Here we go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson,
Oh,
let's try and do
shit.
it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number. Next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662,
I wouldn't be surprised if Karen goes to law school after this.
2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620.
Did we find out who the girl is in
Then
the
packet
green?
2628
Who's the girl in the green?
and 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
They become evidence after he identifies them.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Alan Jackson just gives you the whole binder perfectly in order. Lally learned something. Wait, what is Yannetti doing? He's looking at his text messages. I love Yannetti. I love him. I wonder if they're all going to be friends for life. She's probably going to go work for Yannetti. Coffee cakes. I feel like I'm watching an episode of The Practice. You guys remember that show? They didn't bring that back. That was good.
Remember that is EB through triple H
Thank you.
for identification.
Thank you. All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
All right, let's go, guys. Settle up.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it, they didn't just want answers, they wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, "I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit," correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? Then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
a
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact,
I will at
both you
lunch.
and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises. Ever.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
for a person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
So Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever in your experience seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh Jesus, and Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
I was responding to myself. What an idiot.
0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Boom.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
This guy is toast. He'll never work again. I love it. I love it. I fucking
I
love
do,
it.
sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
What did I say?
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537.
How many objections, guys?
5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case.
I love you, Nettie. I love him.
Had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
Let's see.
5051, a little further down, says,
Toe tag this
Gotta be.
motherfucker.
I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn, correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop.
And nobody saw
Those are
it
the
happen.
accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
You didn't have an
There was
eyewitness.
another additional witness that we had, investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
Wait,
And
when?
from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the
When
investigation,
did they
correct?
talk to Roberts?
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
No. He needs to go back and he said that he talked. No, he needs to go back to that.
What else did you say in response to she's
Gary
hot at
Roberts?
least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it different.
This is so fucking amazing.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Boom. Catch a case, bitch.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. she's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you?
Oh my God, this man's toast. Get him, Jackson.
Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was
No way.
unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't.
He's worth every fucking penny. Pay the man. Pay the man. Worth every
Not sure if
penny.
that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Get him, Karen!
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared
Yeah.
up any mistake about what you meant
Fuck you,
with
motherfucker!
leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. Sorry.
What the heck is going on?
I'll say.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
Woo, daddy. Get him, Jackson. Hell yeah. This one's for
On
you.
the same date,
Lizzie.
February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Holy shit. Why? Well, because it's an out-of-court statement. It's an out-of-court statement, and he's going to try to keep this off the record because that person isn't here. Let's see what happens here. It's an out-of-court statement outside, but did Mr. O'Keefe just leave? Mr. O'Keefe just left. And this broad in the green thinks this fucking shit's funny. I want some fucking time with her. Broad, sickening, flower fucking wearing bitch. None of this is funny. And Mr. O'Keefe in there for what? He left. He's gone. He's not going to listen to this. That's a man. That's a man right there.
You are unmuted.
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
This is unreal. This is unreal. Yeah, him and his friends sound like third grade school kids. Yep. Yep. It should be a wake-up call to all you popo out there. All you popo out there, because I think because the way that technology is advanced, all police officers' phones should be part of the investigation.
You are unmuted.
Trooper Proctor, without getting into the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Thank you. Here we
Doing
go.
the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony? That you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Holy shit, he went there. Holy shit, he went there. I love it. Ask him if he would.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You guys can call me McDonald's because I'm loving it. Lana, what are you getting to eat today? Well, I was gonna go with the
If you'd review that.
have
and
it
look
your
up when
way,
you're
but
finished.
I'm loving it. Might have to go with some McDonald's. Actually, I think I'm gonna make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. Get the kids some corn dogs, you know, because I see a little weenie coming on here. This guy will never look again. Bet your bottom dollar. I'll have the McAlbert with everything on top. And below. John's dad was like, damn you bastards, I just drove in this traffic for what?
Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, God damn it. You guys, I just want to say, I want to thank all of you guys for being here. I have over 800 people here want to watch it right here with To the Transparency. It's because of this chat. This chat is off the hook. This chat is the best in literally YouTube land. It's got a mix of humor. It's got a mix of, it's always got the truth. But the intelligence in this chat, I love you guys. I'm loving it. You guys, I would just love it if McDonald's did a commercial for Karen Reed. I'm loving it. Show the Proctor. Even though she probably can't eat that type of shit, but I would just love it if McDonald's just paid her a meal and said, "Here you go, honey. Pay the man." Atlanta, you have to look at Boston Herald for today when you can. I saw the cover, the Proctor exam. Was that what I saw? I saw that. I thought, cowbell, baby. Let's get it going. Duncan, somebody pay this woman. Someone who has a shit ton of money. Come on. What's it cost you to break off this no-ass woman with some love, okay?
You are unmuted.
Should I know if I had millions? I'd be breaking some off for this woman.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous. I think
were
the
asked the
Boston Police
question-
Department should pay.
Quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was
this is all
one
amazing.
word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told
He needs
ADA
Botox.
Lally
He's gonna need
that you, quote,
Botox.
did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Oh,
Not sure I
Bev.
can. I'll ask
Not
it a
sure I
different way.
can. love this man.
How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
This is a lie.
Yes.
I love
That
it.
you don't know you at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts
His
or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
It was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Bev. Let this prick answer.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach. Okay?
Jurors, feel free to
This is
stand.
perjury. Welcome to the transparency. I'm getting fired up. I wish my mofo Sean was sitting right here next to me so I could give him a hug. Keep your prayers for Sean and his family. Main mofo right here. This lying prick stayed on the case so that he could railroad right here the girl. This is what's happening, and I'm loving every single minute of it. Every single minute of it. And the jury, I believe, is about to be shown. Well, wasn't Colin your ring bearer? Weren't the, this is just going to get wild. Wild. DEA Sean, retired DEA agent. He's dealing with some family stuff, death in the family. So please keep him and his family in your prayers. Really good dude. Really good dude. And I love that he's calling out all the bullshit and hearing it from law enforcement, ex-law enforcement. It's amazing. And yeah, he was really looking forward to being able to, I'm sure he's still gonna be able to do his follow-up and everything like that. But yeah, so yeah, Sean is the man. Good dude. Good dude. But this is everything, due to, they're going to attack all the evidence. Don't worry about that, Tommy. Tommy, I promise you that they're going to be attacking all the evidence. The reason this is important, very, very important, is you guys have this timeline. At the end of the night on on January 29th, he is texting with the buddies. You haven't even done anything yet. So there's where the relevance lies with why Alan is attacking this. As you see, he keeps talking about the timeline. You did this 16 hours. 16 hours later, this is what's happening. You're not able to be objective. You already were planning on railroading her. Now, if these were text messages that were 6 months after the fact, all right? Yeah. So if that's not the case, all right? These are text messages and his sister's text messages that day, at 3:00 in the afternoon. Again, I think the jury is getting it, but Alan Jackson promised, I guarantee you, Karen Reed, that he would go at this mofo. Okay. No mercy. Sweep the leg, Johnny. And that's what he's doing right now. He is sweeping the leg, Johnny. He is going to, you've put this woman through what? You can take a day and you're going to sit up here for at least a day. I think if you want to have him on the stand for 3 hours or for 3 days, tab 3 is very serious. Tab 3 is very serious. But right now, no mercy. Sweep the leg. Mary P. Lana has me looking for Tommy. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Keep going. Finish him. Finish him. You guys know you're going to come here. You guys are going to get all my sports analogies. He is just chopping the Russian down. He is just, I love it. I love it. So, yeah, I don't think Bab's going to say move it along on this with this guy. She, there is no mercy in this dojo. Yep, there you go. So go at him. Booknick. I think he's getting fired. I don't think he'll ever work again. I think any case that Proctor has touched, this is what you can, I think the feds are going to handle him. I think there's going to be a case, a big case after this case. I think that the real case starts after Karen Reed's case. I do. And The Massachusetts State Police literally they're taking a slaughtering right now. Okay. This is not just Proctor. The Massachusetts State Police right now are literally getting obliterated. Okay. This is a Massachusetts State Police issue right now. This is not just a Proctor issue. He represents the Massachusetts State Police. He is still in uniform and he is still working. That's a problem. And, we'll see what happens. I could tell you this. If I was a victim, I wouldn't want this man on my case. And if I was a suspect, I wouldn't want this man on my case. This is not who you would want advocating for you as a victim. This is not Olivia Benson here, guys. All right. This is not Stabler. All right. This is Mr. Peepee Head, as my dad would say. He's such a peepee head. Okay, Dad, thanks. Oh, Jerry West died? No way. Oh, I loved him. You guys know something great about Jerry West is, the NBA logo was made and designed after Jerry West. So Jerry West dies at 86. That's hurting my heart right there. But the NBA logo is made after Jerry West. In case you guys are wondering where that little outline is, it's from Jerry West. Little fun fact. Yeah, the feds definitely got the reason that these phone records are even in play. The feds got them. Okay. So the feds got all of these text messages. And I think that the jurors, I don't know, they don't know it because they're not allowed to talk about they're not allowed to talk about the federal investigation and that there's a federal grand jury and all that crap. But the jurors have to understand, I think maybe they're starting to put two and two together that, okay, well, how did they get these text messages? Maybe one of the guys from his group, gave them to him. You know what I mean? Something like that. But they're not allowed to use the words federal grand jury. There was the rules about what they can and can't do because of Bev. So I think Karen 100%. I think that Massachusetts State Police should have to pay for this. And I think they will eventually pay for it, Charity. I think that they will 100% eventually have to pay for this because she's going to win a huge ass lawsuit because this is prosecutorial misconduct. And that's what's headed next for Karen Reed. Karen Reed's going to have a civil suit and she's going to toe tag each and every one of these people. And Lally should never, I don't think that when people say, well, I feel bad for Lally or Lally got, thrown in the middle. Absolutely not. Nobody makes you do anything in this world. You are either a pussy ass bitch, okay, and you can't say no, which, hey, you're complicit then, or you have the opportunity to say no. Lally, this is prosecutorial misconduct. He got to see the evidence. He knew what was going on, and he chose to prosecute this woman knowing what a sham it was, knowing that there's all this evidence missing, knowing that you're going to invert a video and you're going to show it in court. No, Lally, you did that. Nobody but Lally did that. His ass is going down and it should go down. Anybody that's involved in this, even in the smallest, okay, that IT guy, get his fucking ass up on the stand because you're going to sit here and say that you only supplied an hour's worth here, an hour's worth there, but you didn't preserve. Well, they didn't ask you to preserve anything. I call bullshit. I want to see your phone records. I don't believe any of that shit. Get Mr. Whatever, Mr. Smirk up back on the stand. Dan B says, I have to leave. I have a lot of things going on. I'll be back this afternoon. All right, well, you know where you can find me. Relax Senior. And hopefully you're having a nice relaxation. Thank you so much. Kai Wonder Woman. Thanks for keeping it real for us, Lana Brains. You damn right. But it's just, it works both ways. Like, think about it. If you were a victim, would you want Proctor on your case? No, you wouldn't want him on your case if you were the victim. Absolutely not,
You are unmuted.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Absolutely, it's the safest place. Love it. All of you people love it. Welcome. Yeah, this case is going to be a breakthrough. This case is history in the making. I mean, it already is history, but it's going to be. Oh, there's going to be a lot of appeals. Okay, let's get back to the. Here we go. Alan Jackson says, "I want you to put up this because that's his AV guy. They have their own. They brought their own, like, tech guy. They ain't gonna go with theirs." Psh.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes,
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Look at how flush he is. Look at how flush he is. Oh God, poor thing. Look at him. He's gonna throw up. He's gonna throw up. Look at him side eyeing. Look at him.
On or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4.
I don't believe it. So who do you give your cell phone number out to? Randoms? Get out of here.
All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo.
Triple B's.
And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625.
26.
You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Can we move to Trooper Proctor, to tab 5, please. That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that have that out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them. Correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
Oh God, here we go. No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. I don't have it, don't worry about it. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
He is so turtled.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, because how is that not a question? I'm asking him a question. It's not argumentative. Were you? Your Honor, may we approach? Listen, I'm not going to get fucking nutted here. You're not going to squeeze my nuts. And you're letting Lally lead on fucking direct examination. Okay? All right. So if that means that I'm going to have to start objecting to every question that Lally is asking because he's leading the witnesses, then we're going to be here all day. We're going to be here all month. We're going to be here all year. All right. You don't see us objecting because get on with it. But every question that Numbnuts is asking, Lally is leading.
You are unmuted.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. This point. You write, homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your
Ooh, nice
livelihood. I would
there.
never mess with that
Nice twist.
as a
Love it.
warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not, I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January
That is
30th,
so
2022
problematic.
at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's
You're insane, dude. This is crazy. No business being on this case.
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be, Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
the information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek the phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
Liar.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you? Oh, you can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with
Handwritten
Juliana
notes. I
Nagel
love
on
handwritten
October
notes.
5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
Let's take a look at those handwritten notes. Let's get some cowbell going.
My mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course.
Oh,
Let me ask a
fuck
foundational
Valley.
question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
See how Alan Jackson's doing stuff by the book, even when she's trying to just go ahead and do this. He's not letting Bev get him caught up in her bullshit. He's like, that's not how we do things. So I'm gonna ask a foundational question, and that way I can properly then, present this to you, Mr. Proctor.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Mr. Cool, Calm and Collective, Alan Jackson, Mr. Witty, Mr. Chama. He's just a badass. He's smart. He's so smart. He's so street smart. Can't believe he's a fucking lawyer. He's just. I think he's a solid dude. You guys, remind me to tell you guys a funny story about a woman that looks like Jennifer McCabe in my neighborhood. I about died. It's like triple checking. It's Chad.
There you go.
Yes.
I was like, we are not hanging out with her. You understand?
It's going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, you're gonna puke. I love it. Oh shit, you knew
You
the
then
whole
drafted a
time.
report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
How are you objecting to
There's no one
that?
name left out.
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure.
You
Isn't it
can't.
true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along
Albert
with Trooper
told you
Zach
that
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Oh
Trooper Proctor,
shit.
you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Alan McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall?
Oh my God, this is
looking
so
at
good.
all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Zappa.
Oh my God, this is so good. Everybody wanted to talk about when was Alan Jackson going to get there. When he is here. He is here. He is here. This is amazing. This is amazing. This is the timeline. This is what I live for in trials. This is what I live for in cases. You give me a timeline. You give me a case, I'll give you the timeline. I will pick apart your timeline. I will own you on that timeline. And that's exactly what Alan Jackson's about to go and do. You guys, woo, shake it. You guys, this is amazing. This is amazing, and I'm here for it. You guys are all here for it. And Alan Jackson is about to show the jury what is up. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Woo, baby. We're here for it. I'm surprised that Law and Crime hasn't gone to their little, all right, Karen Reed trial watchers, incognito. This is going to be so good, guys. So good. Oh, did Proctor get to walk off? Did she stare him all the way down? He's probably went to the bathroom. He's definitely making himself known in the bathroom right now. I think the people that walked out first were the jurors, so we'll take a look and see. LOL, Google Incognito. There you go. All you Karen readers, trial watchers. Oh, there's Turtle Boy. He's there. Okay, let's see what's going on. We all rise for Bev. Okay, we're on our break. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. Okay.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
There you go.
Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep. Well, Mass Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is actually helping users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google users' privacy through their Incognito browser. So if you've used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions at incognitoclaims.com/LC Live.
my cowbell ringing. You guys got your cowbell on? There you go. Letting everybody know. We'll be back in just a couple. When they come back, we come back. I think Proctor's in the bathroom. Again, hello, welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Woo! Ellen Jackson literally tattooing this man right here. I'm trying to get all the timestamps. I think Bella's going to try to repost the link for my allergies are off the hook, guys. I do apologize, but it's not because I'm doing cocaine. Promise you that. Anyways, welcome to the Transparency. Welcome back. Welcome back. We will be starting after the break here. Alan Jackson back at Proctor. And now we're going to be getting into this timeline. We're going to be getting into his investigation. And so she had to show, hey, here's all your alliances. This is why you're biased. Here's your, uber close connection with these families. And you knew that. You talked about it. You talked about it with your sister. And then this is what you did, So anybody out there that says that none of that was important, he had to hammer that home in every different aspect, because now he's going to talk about, because of your bias, because of everything that you've made it known through your sister's texts, you shouldn't have had anything to do with this case. And now it's going to all stick out. So, y'all, does Alan Jackson have a son? If so, I want to marry him just so I can see Alan Jackson all the time, says Gina. That's great. Alan Jackson has, he's got some kids. I think they're actually younger. They're not that young. How young? Yeah, does Alan Jackson have a daughter? So I can hook Jax up with, Alan Jackson's daughter. She around 8. We can get this arranged marriage going on here. Yeah, the pollen it's wicked. It's a wicked pissa. You guys crack me up. All right, guys. Well, this should be restarting here any minute. Thank you guys for being here. We got the Sallyports. I love all of you guys that are outside the courthouse every morning. I just want to give you guys props. You guys deserve so much. So, Murky Piglet said, please tell Bella to email the card link possibly, and I can do it with the direct link. Okay. So. You have a nosebleed?
Yeah, remember my allergies?
Okay, so can you pin the link?
In a minute, probably. Well,
I guess Bella's been dealing with a nosebleed all morning or something. For like all this time? No, I didn't know that. Yeah, I've never dealt with a nosebleed for 3 hours. No, can't tell you. Last time I have done that. Wicked pissa.
I know.
Wicked pissa. Come on, Bev. They can't find Proctor, guys. He's running all through the building. Oh, Bella got back from her blood bleeding nose. There we go. We have a link for you guys. There we go. It's pinned all the way at the top for the Bevs on Bev Bingo. Go ahead and snatch up your card. Thank you. And now, Murky, if you go ahead and try to go ahead and copy that link, that HTTPS. So Bev's right there. It says Bev's on. So right there, Murky, copy and see if you could copy that so that you can have it then in the future.
Yeah.
Bias Bev just taking a good old time. I mean, she might as well just said you guys can have lunch right now. He said that nobody told her Northern Star, that he just was just saying those things because that's just who he is, but he didn't know about any of that. We can't copy it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Exactly. I was trying to explain that. I'm proving it that it can't be copied that way. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Mary P, I'm well aware. You got to teach hard-headed people hard-headed ways. Girl, you know this. You know this. Come on now. Woohoo. Now, Bev, get your black robe ass the fuck out here. And let's get it on. Come on, Bev. Let Alan Jackson at him. Let's go. Let the dogs out. I want Alan Jackson to unleash the dogs. Bev's like, I cannot believe I missed pickleball, and I'm gonna miss it next week too. Pull up, Bev. That's great. Pull up, Bev. Bang, bang. Pull up, Bev. Bangs, bangs. God, I would just love it if Bev drove a drop top. She drops down her top and her hair and bangs are just blowing. And then we get like a little song going to that. Like rolling in my 5.0. Down so my hair can blow. Lally just stands there waiting just to say hi. Did you stop? No, I just kept on. Jesus, Bev. Bev has lost her mind. Pull up, Bev. Bangs, bangs. An old school convertible Mustang so that those pretty little flowing locks just whoa. Bev drives an 86 Fiero. You guys remember those cars? Oh my God, I know what that car is. God, I love it. Maybe we can find one on Craigslist and mail it to her. Bangs, bangs. Stop. No, I just kept on, but my bangs blew by. But my bangs blowing by. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Bev. She unmuted herself. She's coming in. Bev's coming in hot. All right. Welcome back. Court is back in session, guys.
With opening, make seat.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Sallyport report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Same one.
In
What's
this text,
Wally's
you're
objection?
asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Straight fool.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
It facilitates certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Her husband, Matt McCabe?
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Ally McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off. That's about 18 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident. Correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky. Is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did in fact interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that in fact Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Wow.
Michael
Wow.
Trotter testified that that's what he
Holy
told you.
shit.
Do you have any quarrel with that?
Coral.
Objection.
No, well, I'm gonna cool with you,
In
Mo.
reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Holy shit. Here we come. Holy shit. Here we come.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
him.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Bingo, baby.
Oh,
Is that right?
It's something,
Speak up, son.
evidence we have contained within cell phones
What?
reiterates that fact.
You didn't have that yet?
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl, was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
Did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we had compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sign me up,
You
Alan
just did this
Jackson.
piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Wild. Wild.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. So physical proximity to the incident, correct? And the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and the McKays, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He answered it. He said yes. Fuck yes.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know
Oh
that
my
name?
God.
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations
Wow.
from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You're damn right you're gonna allow it. This
Correct.
is amazing.
Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Ooh, Daddy! Welcome to Truth and Transparency, where no stone goes unturned and Bev's hair keeps blowing in the wind, rolling. In my 5.0 with my rack top down for my hair can blow. Does Lally stand by waiting to say hi? No, I just kept on because my bangs did it. Welcome back, guys. Sidebar Alley. Sidebar Alley. I'm naming, okay, I used to own a bar. I don't know if you guys even knew that about me. Used to own a bar. If I was to ever own a bar again, which I highly, highly don't recommend because it's glorified babysitting, I like Sidebar Alley, and I want to be down by the courthouse. I want to be by a courthouse, and I want to call it Sidebar Alley. Okay? Dude, tell me that wouldn't be tits. A bunch of lawyers, a bunch of criminals, all in the same place, just throwing it down. Come on down to Sidebar Alley. Will we let anything go? I want a little ring in there. I want to have like a celebrity death match in that biatch. Tell me that shit just wouldn't be off the hook. Oh my God, we're just going down to Sidebar Alley so we can watch the criminals fight the lawyers, you know, and we just make it all thumb wrestling, you know, sign up for the biggest thumb wrestling competition. Take on your lawyer if you thought he gypped you when he was, you know, defending you pro bono. You know what I mean? Just tell me that wouldn't just be, it's all thumb wrestling.
You are unmuted.
I keep it entertaining over here.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's
You're
go.
aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy.
He was there.
Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
The motive?
They were friends.
We weren't
I
asking.
wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he
Did he
throw a punch?
physically?
Knock a guy down, knock a guy out.
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
Allow
see
it.
or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call
Oh,
was.
for
So
fuck's sake.
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place.
Because you didn't get the
Didn't
proper
give his
information.
phone to the
Correct.
proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
God damn
You
it.
were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone.
You
correct?
didn't investigate.
Mhm.
Correct.
Right.
Boom.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
This
What's
is good.
the
This is
ID number?
timeline.
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf.
Tab 11, GGG, and this has to do with Trooper DeChico, and his text messages on April 28th, which have to do about,
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
the medical
I do, sir.
examiner.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
He hates females, man. How could you defend
Moment, Your
him
Honor.
if you're his wife? She has no choice. She probably gets slapped around, guys. You know what? Maybe she has Stockholm syndrome. Okay. Maybe that's what my shirt needs to say. Lizzie Proctor has Stockholm syndrome. You know, and I was up.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely
Look at
unusual for the manner of death to be determined to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Holy shit, he put pressure on a fucking
What's this for
Emmy.
identification is due?
This one, I'm just checking. This
What a
is
sick bastard.
HHH is in hotel.
God, I love it. God, I love it. God, I feel like Jennifer McCabe. God, I love it.
Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
Jennifer McCabe, I'm taking one out of your book. God, I
So
love it.
I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Yeah, conspiracy holds its own charge, guys. You know, you're such a conspiracy.
come
There's
to
no
sidebar for
conspiracy
me,
is a
please?
charge.
The face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
What? You were so
DeChico
full of
then
shit.
responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't
They're all they
never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts. kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Yes. No, yes. Everyone's a whack job that doesn't go your way, you
Ultimately,
fucking prick.
did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second
Change it up, baby. Change it up.
and ask you about some electronic data,
Yes.
specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
How?
Are you aware that there were texts and
How?
calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Sallyport extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not
What?
that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Sallyport report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
What?
So
It's right
as
there.
you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Would that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Now ask him about if it crossed my mind that
But the fact
evidence.
remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective
What?
of what you saw in the Sallyport report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about
I thought you guys all worked together though.
another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
Here we go. Kevin time, baby.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
I love it. Next tab. Tab 13, baby.
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
India, baby.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
Boom.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
What?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Look at page 2592.
You guys, this is crazy because they didn't even go to the Sallyport, yeah. That doesn't have
I'm
to
sorry,
happen first.
Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah. If we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
Sick fucks.
Well, if it never crossed your mind,
then why didn't you take him up on it?
why didn't you go ahead and use the recording?
Fuck yeah, Alan!
Typically, I don't record our interviews.
That's not
Woo!
what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just
What?
said it.
You just
Proctor,
said-
I mean, it's been 10 minutes, it's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way.
Oh my God.
If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Why not?
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So what beyond
Oh my
professional,
God.
right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin,
That's
not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yep. Right?
Yes.
but you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Stop objecting.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well,
What?
let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes,
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Feel free to donate to my I'm Proud and Rainbow Flag t-shirt with Lizzie Proctor on it for my Canton arrival this June.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that on 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes,
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it, I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes,
You've been drunk before.
yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes,
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
from what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
Oh my God. Oh my God, what a fuck
The
ass.
next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
Or may I publish?
Yes.
He just confessed to committing a crime. Does he have immunity?
Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you had been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
This is so good. This is so good. Hair of the dog that bit your cat's ass.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
You
And you're in
guys,
your cruiser,
mofos.
right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to.
Oh God, I love it. Change gears, baby.
At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
By the defense.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Is that a photograph of you? I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see
Do you see
the
your
legs
legs?
of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Sorry, if I could have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So he took a picture there, but didn't take a picture anywhere else, right? That's where this is
568.
heading.
Yes, thank you.
Exhibit 568.
Thank you.
This is crazy. Thank you guys there for the super chats. You guys are cracking me up. This is one sick mofo. Freebird Brian, Donna, Sam Panther, Curious George, welcome. Freebird. Thank you. Love you, Lana. Thank you for bringing the truth with the humor. You're the best.
You ready?
Anita Daniel, thank you
May
so
I
much.
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
All right, let's check it out.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do. Yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Come on, give it to me.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and those are your legs. To
Oh,
the
right there, the
uppermost
socks.
Part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair.
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
All right. We can take that down.
They didn't test his socks. These sick
You indicated that
bastards.
you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan, Sergeant Testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
Yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secure
Jeff.
at that point.
Jeff, the guy that you
So
just,
you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
this is wild.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label is created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What What happened to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh my gosh, boom. I can't even boom it. Oh my God, boom. This is unbelievable. Thank you so much, Bev, for not granting this to be dismissed. We would
You
never
were
know any of
responsible for
this.
seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect
No, it was false.
transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a
Was it-
typo. So you
it was
got
a
the 4
typo.
wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Just like butt dials.
Okay.
What a sick son of a
Um,
bitch. You're lying and it's great. I love a liar. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Is
There
it
we go.
Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that
Made the call.
decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are
Oh my
aware
God.
that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as a crow flies than the Canton PD
Holy
south
shit.
from where the car was towed, correct?
2 barracks.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so,
Wow.
right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And just moving on.
Yes.
Nasty.
Trooper Proctor, you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Oh my God, here it
Objection.
comes.
That's sustained.
Oh, fuck all.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Wow.
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out now.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024.
They took that car by the fucking property.
2024. It's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumped from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
How's it?
I'll see you at sidebar if you want.
Yeah, because he's like, how? Wait, I just asked him the question. Did you see? Yes, he just identified that he saw it. So what are you objecting to? What's this objection about? This is not argumentative. This is not anything. This is, did you see that it said this time and that it jumped to this time? They want to split hairs on that fucking video for whatever reason. Okay, guys, so now we have to talk about it because it's finally come out. He withheld a video showing that they arrived at 5:31 for the purpose of that his search warrant is saying that he towed the car at 5:30. Okay, his search warrants, right? So I have to go back and say what I said before. And so I was to hear this testimony and them speak about this. I wanted to reserve my right to comment on why I think it took them 1 hour and 18 minutes to get to the Canton Sallyport. 1 hour and 18 minutes, 4:16,
You are
5:31.
unmuted.
Which I thought I was like 5:34, but
Yes.
Thank you.
they went somewhere with that car.
You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did you
wasn't.
make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay.
Was it blue?
Blue was yellow.
Just a moment long.
Yes.
Holy shit. There was a bomb about to go off before.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I bet we will. We'll take our lunch break. Holy crap. I have so much to say, but
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
45 minutes.
You are muted.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Jackson can play this now too. He can now play this so many different ways.
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
We're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right. So we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, she definitely stared him down. That trip there. I want to have you guys. Let me make a note of something. No, it's just lunch. We're at the lunch break. Okay, so
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito.
all right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Wow. Okay. I think he just admitted that he had seen stuff that was produced in this court. And he had reviewed it. And then he just caught himself and said, no, because remember he just said, well, the video that I saw when I was sitting at my desk, it wasn't inverted. Just the timestamp was inverted and the timestamp was in yellow. Well, here we have a blue timestamp. We don't have a yellow timestamp. But more importantly, what video, that would mean that the video was inverted by, we're looking at the DA's office then. We're looking at that after it was turned over. Because if he saw at his office back, like he's saying, and you're looking at somebody in the DA's office inverting that for trial. Because if you want to take Bukaki at his word, he said, no, I didn't know that until when it was shown to him in court. That means that after it was turned over, somebody would have inverted it. Or they're lying. Okay? So again, now I think that this is what I'm telling you, Alan Jackson was just like, wait, what? Come again? Because now he knows that he has the prosecution. He has the prosecution by the nuts based off of what he just testified to. Seems like Proctor has a plan to save himself. The inverted video, and he did not know about Jen McCabe's shady behavior. He's up to something. Well, he testified that he did not know that it was deleted, but that he testified that he actually saw the cell right. I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm gonna take a screenshot of what it looks like. Okay. It's impossible for you to say that you do not see the column that says where it says deleted. It's right there. It's like you're looking at an Excel spreadsheet and you're deciding not to look at column E, which is right in front of you. So you have column A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and you're able to see all the way to, like, let's say Z. And it's right there in front of your face, but you just don't see column E. It's not like you'd have to go to a different tab, none of that. It's literally right there, okay? And I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb because it has deleted, and then there's either just a word yes next to that that text or that call, or there's nothing. So, cowbell worthy. You guys, we were so close to getting 1,000 people watching at the same damn time. I think we're gonna get it here after lunch break. So, oh, Busty D, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout because you're disrupting my focus. But I didn't delete anything. I just put you in a little timeout. So stay at it, partner. Come in here and hightail it, hijack and shit. You guys, God, I mean, there's just so many points to hit on that are good, that are so good. And when I say that are like so good, like so good, so good, they're just so good. I'm curious to see where Jackson goes off of this pivot move that he can do. Like, because I mean, he wasn't expecting that answer. He was not expecting that answer. I want to talk about this time. I want to talk about, let's say that the Sallyport is not off. And so they would have left Karen Reed's dad's at 4:16. And he mentions, listen, you have barracks right there. 1, 2, you don't go to any one of those except you want to take it all the way to the Canton Police. And why? And then he says, oh, it's 3 minutes away from 34 Fairview. Well, why would it take you that long unless you stop somewhere? Why would it take you? No. Don't get it twisted. Busty did not get booted. Busty just got timed out for a little bit. So I can focus my attention elsewhere because I feel like I always have to give Busty D a little bit of extra Kush. So no, Festy didn't get booted from the most First Amendment channel on YouTube. I am the most First Amendment channel on YouTube. I'll tell you that. Anything goes here. I want you to come at me. Come at me with the facts, though. Don't come at me and think about I want to talk about my backwards hat or God knows what else. Just come at me with some facts. I'm trying to think about something about this timeline. John had black Adidas socks on. They didn't do anything with them. Where are they today? Where are those socks today? He admitted to a crime on the stand about drinking and driving in cop cruisers. I mean, you just can't get any better than that. When a cop admits on the stand to drinking and driving in his cop cruiser. And then the other cop is admitting to losing his badge, leaving his badge, can't find his gun. I mean, what a bunch of jabronis. Then he comes with the fourth Albert. So you said that you knew Colin and Julie and Chris, but you never talk about Kevin. Oh, what about that Albert? Now we have a fourth Albert. I mean, how amazing is that? How amazing is that? Let's take a look at this timeline. So at the end of that day, he says he met with Katie. I have the Flamati stuff you want to take a look at. I guess we can do that here. That was it's all about what Flamati testified to. And he testified that he did not talk to a proctor. And I know that he didn't. I think maybe he says he doesn't know who he talked to, but. Oh, he drops a bombshell. And he says that he talked to Carrie. It wasn't just Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Albert, but he had talked to Carrie Roberts. In fact, I need to email Little right now. I need to make sure that he caught that. You guys caught that, right? When he said that he talked to Carrie Roberts. Carrie Roberts. Wait, excuse me? When did you talk to Carrie Roberts? When? When did you talk to Carrie Roberts? Let me go back to that bomb. God. I wanted to correct the records that it wasn't just Jen. Man, this is just wild. Yeah, we reckon. He didn't know about the call between Brian Albert and Higgins because he didn't get the phones. God, where does he say that? He doesn't want to talk to Lucky. He basically calls the Emmy a whack job as well as Karen Reed. They're both whack jobs. I can't wait till the Emmy takes the stand. Did you know that people Proctor thought you're a whack job and they were trying to, now I know that DeSico, he's just as dirty. If you would let us, like they're pressuring this Emmy to like go homicide and that manner of death. God, wow. Wow. We need to go back and talk about that. When did you talk to Carrie Roberts, man? Tell me he's got to touch on that. He's got to touch on the phone. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. All right, guys. We'll be back here after the lunch break here. They're expected to be back in at 1:45. Oh, and I will say this. You know who I'm waiting for now even more so is the phone guy, Guerrero or whatever, and Tully. Oh my God, Tully is being put on a platter right now. Yeah, but that wasn't on January 29th. He said that he talked to Kerry Roberts on January 29th. And so I want to know when he talked to Kerry Roberts on January 29th because that's not in any of the reports. But he just said that he did earlier in his testimony. You guys, this blows away reality television. This should be everyone's new reality television. And I want to say thank you guys for being here and watching it here. Oh, it's also interesting that he says, John never went into the house. John never went into the house. You can have fights outside of houses. Okay? You can have fights outside of houses. He said he knew the facts to be that the girlfriend dropped him off there, okay, and left. All right? So something that I just thought about is that there was a fight outside that house, and then the person took John's phone, okay? And that's why there's all those steps being run up and down. So if he's so adamant that John never walked in that house, well, yeah, maybe he was met outside. The data doesn't lie. John's phone went in that house. And if you don't want to say John went in that house, then somebody took his phone in there. And it definitely wasn't Karen Reed. So there you go. Party at the flagpole. Hell yeah. I don't have my son in right now, guys. I'm just looking at No one said that. No one said. You guys, just so you guys know this, I am muted on purpose. I am muted on purpose. But no one said in any of their testimonies that they got a phone from Carrie Roberts. And in fact, everybody was asked that specific question about any evidence that they came in contact with. Did anybody give you anything? No. The only person that said that they gave their phone to somebody on scene was Carrie Roberts. I was muted on purpose. Lana, did I already do that? Chat, Lana's muted on purpose. She is just working quietly. Yes, that's it. And I'm just sharing some pics. These are the fireworks I want to see. Talk about this phone.
This second? Okay. Unplug.
Again, it doesn't matter who Carrie Roberts gave it to. Every single person was asked this specific question, which was, did anybody give you anything? So, and every single person said no. Every single person said no. So they did not cross-examine Carrie Roberts for this specific reason. So sometimes I need to go undercover. You know that's right. It's gonna get slicey and dicey. Ooh. Look at this. This is my unofficial one. Every hotspot, we're gonna be adding the Sallyport here. And then we'll get into all this fun stuff when Guerno takes the stand or whatever the fuck his name is. You guys, I had all the drinks down right though. Where's the drinks at? Oh, it's gonna be on this side. All the times that they were claiming off of there's McCarthy's can, wonderful can, when they were just, getting those drinks. Ridiculous. I can't wait till these two idiots are done testifying so I can release my little dragon. Zoom in here.
So cool.
That's good. Look at how clutch that text message by Higgins is. Literally goes right in between. Okay. Right in between when, look at John's phone.
I have to go get my laptop.
It just pings me in the area, and then his phone is registered being, walking at 12:21, right after the text message. Okay, look at that. Look at that, Daddy. That's insanity right there. That's crazy. Very interesting talking about the walking distance through the woods. Remember when we were looking at Google Maps at 34 Fairview off the backyard, where they ran with that phone that next day, telling you to get that phone out of there. Look at this. Look at that date. They did not turn this stuff over, which is a copy of the Regional Emergency Communication Center 911 call from January 29th. that is. They did not turn over the forensic image of John O'Keefe's phone, Jen McCabe's phone, copy of Canton Police Department scene photos, the electric. Look at that, February 8th, 2023, a year later. A year and a month. It was a year after the murder or the hit and run or whatever they want to call it. You understand that this piece of discovery, look at that. That is un-effing believable right there. When this got turned over, it's right here. Oops. Disgusting. Like it's just sick. It's just sick. I went and got the original out. Zoom in. When this was printed, it had the regular version. Can't make this shit up. Look at these shitbags. Human shitbags. Absolute human shitbags. Everything is same on both reports except for the picture. There's the order to preserve those cell phones. And then they just totally did whatever they wanted. There you go. How about this from Tim Albert? I stand by my family 100%. You don't F with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. It's a promise. What a fool. October 13th, 2022. Wow. Anyways, we'll be back here in court. We'll do a 7 spot. So first one to get 7 spots on their card after lunch. I'll give you guys a, yep, Murky Piglet, any 7 spots. Yes, it's going to be, so 6 spots plus a free spot. So 7. So 6 spots. Also, I want to show you guys really quick. I'm going to give you a preview of what I think's coming when Tully testifies. This is what I think's coming right here. When Tully testifies, Brian Albert's sister Julie Albert also appeared at Brian Albert's residence that morning. Julie Albert testified to the grand jury that she went to Brian Albert's house at around 8:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to drop off Dunkin' Donuts for Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. She explained that when she got there, Brian Albert insisted that she come inside and told her there had been an accident. However, in prior statements to Sergeant Buchnick and Sergeant Tully on February 10, 2022, Miss Albert accidentally let it slip that she actually found out about John dying when her phone woke her up at 4:55 a.m. to a call from Jennifer McCabe. Thus, in a prior statement to law enforcement, Julie Albert indicated that she was notified about John's death before Karen Reed ever found O'Keefe's body. Now that is what I want to talk about, and that is what I'm waiting for when Tully takes a stand. It may even come out in Proctor's testimony rather. But let's talk about it, baby. So that's your preview for what's ahead. Again, these are in court file papers. You're going to be bringing stuff up that's in court file papers. Okay, these are like the crutch of your, arguments. This shit coming up. I love everyone. Amy, when's the meet and greet? Yes, I'm having a meet and greet in Boston. You better believe it. Don't worry, I'll make sure that all the Boston peeps know. So I want to have it where I can throw down. All right, guys, we're looking at about 7 minutes until we start. 7 minutes. Go ahead and clear those bingo spots. Bingo, bingo, bingo. The first one to get 7 spots on their card, including the free spot in the middle. That means 6 spots plus your free spot is 7. So no words have been said yet. It's whatever Bev says. And boom. Murky keeps you updated with the numbers. If you want to know what the numbers mean as far as the words, there is a word bank. Check it out. Also, thank you to everybody that has super chatted. $25. Thanks for keeping it real with us, Lana Brains. That was from Kai Wonder Woman earlier. Relax Senior. Gotta love a Relax Senior. Dan B. I wonder if Dan B is going to be back here soon then. Nancy, always sprinkling me with love. Wrench Blue. Lunch Love. Silent Murmur became a member. $50 there, Nancy. Bam. Silent Murmur. New member, welcome. Speedy Bird, welcome. Bill. What is up? I'm going to start doing my super chats like this. Dania. Towards any shirt you want. Freebird t-shirt fun. Michelle, 10. Listen up. That was cowbell worthy. I know Bev was like feeling overruled. She was getting in the flow of things. She's like, she was flowing and jiving with Alan today. It was like, boom, overruled, boom, boom, boom. He was objecting. I mean, what are we up to on the count? You know, I should have had somebody be my objection tally counter today. We might have to do it when we watch the replay. But let me tell you how many pages I've used for his testimony just today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pages so far. Ooh-wee. Anyways, that's what I'm expecting to see. We'll be getting to all of this stuff when their phone guy takes the stand. And then this puppy, this is all of Karen Reed's trial testimony witnesses when they've ever said that they went anywhere. And these are all the hot spots. So, yeah. These are all the drinks and the arrivals at McCarthy's that they were trying to say. I had this back in the day. That's how I knew the one thing was off. But right here, those are all the drinks. How to drink. Arrival. So drink, 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 drink. Drink, drink. Left. Walked into the waterfall water. Okay, so you want to have a debate with me. Let's have a debate. How much money do you think that you should take to the garage sale? I say you should take 10. What do you think?
26. 26. 30.
You're gonna have to come with a better argument than that.
30.
But you're gonna have to tell me like what you think. Like, what are you thinking you like over there? Have you been over there to check it out?
Yeah, they said they just put up a little bit of the stuff.
Oh, some more?
Yeah, no,
Antique stuff?
No, they said that was just a little bit of stuff.
Oh, they're gonna keep adding to
Remember?
it. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna go for antiques? You think?
Oh. Okay, go. Don't shop. Because else you're going to get mad at her again.
So I'll decide. I'll make it. Well, I mean, we want to have a budget here. So
Yeah, the budget.
20? 20? I'm gonna move off from 10.
No, 30.
That was where you
Mine
were
is
at.
30, yours is 10.
Oh, I get that.
So it's 25. 25. 25.
How do we flip a coin?
No, 25.
How do we flip a coin?
25.
If you flip a coin, you get heads 2 out of 3 times.
Wait, no. If you get it what side do you want to be?
I'll be tails.
So you're gonna be tails,
Okay, yeah.
and if you get it, we're gonna have to do $25. If I get it, we're gonna do 30.
Oh, so that's what's up to now.
30.
So I have a chance to like slide on $5.
Yeah.
That's it.
You got a coin?
You got them, don't you?
Well,
No, hold on there. And that thing over there. Right there. There's a bunch of the coins over there. All right, flip it. So your heads and I'm tails? It's right there in the yellow, in the middle by the plant. Mm-hmm. Right under. No. Right there. Underneath. There you go. I think I'm going to lose this.
Yeah, I think you are.
I think I'm going to lose my bet here. Okay, let's see.
Can I flip it right here?
Okay, I can flip right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heads or tails?
Heads or tails? I go tails. Ooh, what is it? Heads?
Heads.
Okay, you're up 1-0. Next flip. It's best of 3.
No. So 3.
Best of 3. Come on, you just gotta get one more time. You got this.
2. Yeah, one more.
Ooh, tails.
This is a tie.
So now this is for all the marbles. Are you sure you wanna? All right, good luck. Oh!
Wait, no, 3.
You want to do best of 5?
No, it's best of 3.
Oh, okay.
Because we had to do a 3.
Oh, okay. Hold on then. Come on. Oh, heads.
Heads.
So it's 2-2.
Tie.
Oh, this is for all the marbles then? Oh.
No.
I'll let you win.
No, it's solid. No, it's solid.
No.
No, it's solid.
All right.
Look, those
behave.
heads. Those heads. Look.
All right. He won 28. Compromised? Oh, those are chats. It's like texting, I guess.
Oh, what does it say?
Oh, what does it say? I don't know. It says double or nothing. Freebird wants to go double or nothing. That means you could lose everything. Or you could double your money. So that means you could either use nothing there, or you could use, if you doubled it up, you'd be able to use like, what's 28 times 2? 28. 20.
Yeah, I'll keep my money.
Okay, good boy.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Be
See you
careful.
later.
Be careful. Are
I'm
you going out? Amber is no fool over here, making him grind for his. He loves his little antiques, man. Love it. Anyways, welcome back to the transparency. Let's see what we got here. All right, welcome back. Woo-wee. Bev, it's 149. You a damn lie. Must be normal over there.
We're back in session, you may be seated.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please.
All right, welcome back. Alan Jackson taking back over.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
app.
some
So
way or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
That's my recollection. I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly,
Here we go.
as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a
Absolutely.
look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. This is so good.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Super Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
How could he see that if it was deleted? Holy shit. Holy shit.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times.
Holy
Memorializing the times
shit.
that were of note to you in that Ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. Not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
What you're on,
Okay.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is
Wow.
gone as well.
Get the fuck out of here. So
At some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On
Here we-
February 4th, 2022?
yes. Leave it for the last. Leave it for
Might
the
as well turn
bomb.
to tab 10.
Tab 10?
Tab 10.
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is to off your. This is
Triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
I hope that she offs herself. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Do you see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my"?
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
2526, Mr. Bates.
Okay, here's a big publish moment. This is what I've been waiting for. Publish this shit. Make him own this shit. Hell yeah.
On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Lally wants to approach on this. Oh, this is February 4th, 2022, talking about donations. I didn't want anybody to, what were people donating to? She donated to, did John O'Keefe have a GoFundMe? Or someone have a GoFundMe? Anyways, this is the bomb moment. You know, Lally objecting, something that I've even learned, and I'm not a lawyer, but I have had my opportunity to be in the courtroom, is to learn when to object and when not to object. And you want to let things just, hey, let them say what they're going to do. And then you're going to be able to take care of it, you know. But trying to prevent this witness from testifying to a question like, what's the problem here? Like, it looks like it's bad. Like, you know, it would be perceived like it's bad, right? This is just the facts. You want to talk about the facts? This is what you did on February 4th, 2022. So I don't understand the objection here.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Triple
What?
Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, "All the powers that be want answers ASAP." That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
You ruined
Julie Albert,
your
loosely.
career for loosely.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lucy. Name your next kid
You
Lucy.
agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, "make this cut and dry" because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like it said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Woo! Ellen!
Shame on you, sir.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so
Yes!
just disregard
Yeah!
that. I told you before,
Fuck yeah,
lawyers can't
Ellen!
make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson,
That was for
you know
Karen.
better than that.
That's all I have.
Yeah, baby, she
Mr.
loved
Lally?
it. She loved it.
Thank you.
Woo! I knew he was gonna take a jab. Fuck yeah, Alan. Woo! What are you doing? Sneaking in here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Good
afternoon, sir.
afternoon, my ass. Woo! Yes.
Now, when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. She's being served with a fucking subpoena. Look at Karen. Yeah. What is she doing? What is Miss O'Keefe doing? These people think it's a joke. Your son's dead. He was murdered. And they think this is funny? poor me, poor my. These are the woes me's. Meet Mr. and Mrs. Woes me. Oh, look at this. The jury's being asked to go out. It's complete pandemonium. And woo! Woo! Bev is over here asking them how long stuff's going to take. They're over there saying, okay, well, we're trying to serve a subpoena here. Okay. Because we're calling Courtney Proctor, right? And what's amazing to me is that he's bringing this up. What does your sister have being served a subpoena have anything to do with your actions 2 years ago? She's been on the list. Courtney's been on the list. All right. Then she takes to social media. That was Lizzie. Lizzie Proctor took to social media. I don't even know what to say about these people, but it's wild. Wild. Lally's such a baby. It's crazy. This is Lally comes back with, good afternoon, sir. The first question I'm going to ask you is this: why do you hate Mr. Yannetti? What a fool! What a complete fool! Dude, everybody wants to feel bad from this. This guy is a game player, man. He's not here for truth and justice. Okay? Why do you hate Mr. Yannetti? What a complete fool to ask that question. Complete fool. Complete fool. He said all these things about me because he's blaming me that I have 10 years and I don't have a bad mark on me. Well, buddy, everybody used me. It's interesting up in there, isn't it? Look at everyone's eyes are just. Yeah, because people were too afraid to talk before. The laughing here is seriously disturbing. Yeah, well, the laughing in that courtroom. I mean, so anybody out there that's saying that like John's family's changing and they don't think this, you guys, I don't know what you guys are watching, but that's just not true. Proctor wants to flip in real time. Where's John's dad? Oh, not there. Now they move John's dad's seat back to the back. Such a baby. You guys, he deleted the 12:41 time stamp. Okay? DeChico's going to be asked about it when he takes the stand. These are your notes. You wrote it because you watched the video. What video did you watch, sir, when you wrote 12:41 and that you saw Karen Reed's lights? Okay? He's going to say that was from that night. Okay, so you did see a video that night. Yep. And then so somebody deleted it. Yep. Ridiculous, Lally. Let me go look at my notes. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Alan! Surprised Alan didn't. Shame on you, sir. You guys, give it up. Shame on you, sir. Got them all flustered. Sidebar. Somebody was giving somebody help. Love every second of it. This is what Michael Proctor is crying about. David Inetti was seen meeting with witness and plow driver Lucky Loughran in Canton yesterday, apparently at an elementary school where Courtney Proctor works. Fact check. You were allowed to meet with witnesses prior to their testimony. Loughran is expected to give damning testimony that John's body was not on Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 and that a Ford Edge was seen parked outside the house at 3 a.m.
You are unmuted.
Please rise for the jury.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Somebody get the shirts going. Yeah. Woo! Fireworks in the courtroom. Yeah. Light the fuse, baby. What's your handle on, I think it's truth, transparency, like all together. Maybe I should start tweeting. Too busy over here with my spreadsheets. I'll leave the tweeting to Sleuthy. Sleuthy does a good job tweeting. What's up, Goose? Let the goose get you loose. What's up, Sleuthy?
Jurors,
Just.
I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregard it. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record. And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
I suggest you listen.
Try that again.
He's like, that's for you, sis. Right here.
You were asked
buddy.
about text messages that occurred in August of 2022,
Little
in
bitch.
which you
I have like
indicated that you did not like
tweets in front of me.
correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message was sent in August of 2022, why was that?
In August of 2022, why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Okay.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Unetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form, meeting.
That's a mischaracterization.
In that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers involved?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with
You
this?
arrested her though, February 1st. Like it doesn't fucking matter. You already
All the
arrested
information
her.
gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and that's the read those and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64.
Remember, let all comments go unless there's curse words in them because YouTube flags those. So I want all your guys' opinions to stand. Just we can't have
Now,
curse
Trooper,
words
after
because of
reviewing
YouTube.
those 3 pages, there are now more context.
But all
to what you were
opinions
just
are
asked
welcome
about
here
on one
always.
specific page of that testimony.
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both the McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. L was involved anyway. Like I said before, the from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dayton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dayton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abbott was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Regardless of his position, correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
You know what I mean, approach?
Yes.
My apologies, John. New document I showed you the other day. You recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group, that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Inform that, system.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn them?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Retrieval? Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Ms. Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat.
Alan needs to go and hit
correct?
that about
Correct.
Roberts.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asking questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No,
You sound so stupid,
That wasn't
Nelly.
until June of 2020, correct?
it's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Yes,
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Now he gets to ask about it.
I'll allow
Ask.
Yes.
No, Ellen, it's
Are you
all
aware that Dr.
open the door.
Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
that. I'll allow that.
yes,
And so false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
no,
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Brown.
Certainly not. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes,
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022. correct?
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes,
Was there any response from you?
no,
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No,
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her at that?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained as to your form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take. Oh.
I'll allow it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, give my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide the week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in
was in the Waze app?
October
John
or
was?
so, 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba.
And that makes no sense why he would be
Levinson
asking her any
and Colin,
questions
correct?
for
Yes.
directions.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
They had left 34 Fairview, like Colin Albert, prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection. Sustained as that form.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Because I'm an idiot.
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection.
Why would that be why you interviewed somebody?
Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
I'm going to allow
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down and get his story, or his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Sally McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
I think so many doors have been open.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone extractions and what different material may mean within Cellbrite extraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts, or those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under voting.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are
What is this just made? Now, let me explain what I would think that this is making. First of all, he's talking about stuff that was never brought up by Alan Jackson. Okay. He didn't ask him about when he said, I didn't do that and it was so and so. Alan Jackson said, okay. All right. So I have now you're going to testify that you now know about what they were doing. Trooper Proctor says the word third-party culprit. You understand that? And Alan Jackson hasn't been able to even say that word, nor has Yannetti. So that's just wild to me too. I think the icing on the cake for me is the video with the notes that says that 1241 camera was there, and now all of a sudden it's not there. Woo! And now the people that want you to get the gift are Colin's parents. They want to get you a gift. That's Colin's parents. You don't see them. You didn't see the Alberts, Nicole and Brian say
unmuted.
you a gift. Interesting.
Procedure.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Garino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Miss Ian Whitten
Hi, Morgan.
all looked at
Love you.
Mr. Cave's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds yours,
Woo!
correct?
Yes.
We'll take a look at it here. J9. Thank you.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin now, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sent me the documents I did the other day.
See, Alan Jackson's like, what is this shit?
You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
I approach this to retrieve your honor.
Yes.
Knowing someone's address and where they live that you've been there are two totally different things. You know, if my best friend right now, I know exactly where she lives. I don't know this. I don't know the number. I don't know her address number.
Sir, you were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
All he does is lead
As far
this
as that
man.
0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper Chico could answer for.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So you were asking questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger tail light, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the tail light?
Objection.
Sustained as to inform.
As
He never
far
was
as
shown that.
8:22 in the morning,
He never was
what
shown
if any
that.
video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's tail light?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right tail light to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or were you aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were
Never
aware that
mentions
Lieutenant
it.
Tully and the CERT team had
Never mentions it.
conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained as to inform.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamani,
Correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to troopers in regards
is all
to what they
lies.
had observed that?
Yes.
That wasn't
Now, were
said
you
yet.
aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
This is all
You
waiting.
can ask that differently, Mr. Valley.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Now
Yeah,
that
from
you
those
just-
statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with firefighter Famati that the defendant had stated, I hit him, in the presence of firefighter Famati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Buchanan and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those
That's a lot of investigating right there.
comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Mallon, it's sustained.
The time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Jackson?
Oh, you bet your bottom dollar.
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, then my motions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes.
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
That's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustained. Same question.
Oh, it was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believed personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot. right?
Objection.
You indicated on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
Come on, Gallagher, Gallagher, Gallagher.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
So he knew where you lived.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
Daddy.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
Allow
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, he does. Calm down, Bev. You ain't going nowhere.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Thank you, jurors. What a total clown. What a clown. What a complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Look at
Commonwealth
Paul
Paul
thinks
Lieutenant
it's,
Brian
Paul
Tully
thinks
to
it's
stand.
great. Like if I was Paul, I'd be walking right after him and saying like, "Fuck you, dude. You did this to my kid or my my brother."
So I'm just gonna.
Look at all these dudes shaving their heads. Look at Tully. Tight wad Tully, come on down, baby. Woo.
You tell us the evidence of the court jury.
A back-to-back ass beating.
I do.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the Unit Commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been a lieutenant of the state?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations.
Compared to Payne's 20.
Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology and criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your units, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor, or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation, or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
Time.
And what, if any, when did you become aware, and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
He said he didn't
so
know.
Then what happened from there as far as your unit?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement, or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made, and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. it's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose, we would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
Now, as far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctor so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner, Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, in this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case, and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation, and that the state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, What was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that normal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his
As long as you
conversations,
guys are bringing
as far as
Twinkies.
you're aware, did they evolve or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Now, sir,
Bullshit.
again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut, it happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witness in the case?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
Sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz. and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on his cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
Yay,
So
Jilly!
the initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 p.m.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Ooh, Alan Jackson's taking a look at it. Is Alan Jackson doing this cross too? Oh, look at Little's nails.
I'm showing you a series of documents as that you can look at those, look up and finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the month of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Oh shit, they want to
Yes.
get weather reports.
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with the Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
So relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records for you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February of 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
I love that question.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up to seek to introduce in minutes.
Now you understand?
Thank you.
We have a sidebar. We have a sidebar. Bev's like, God, how many more minutes? Is 30 more minutes? Okay, I got it. You guys, I want to say, first of all, thank you guys for being here. You guys be a lot of places to watch this unbelievable trial. This is history in the making. We're witnessing it firsthand. And I'm just thankful that you guys are doing it right here with the transparency. Woo! Let's get into this timeline. Right off the rip, I'm telling you guys, Buchanan said he did not know that it was a Boston police officer. But yet, that is crazy because now Tully just testified that Buchanan, when he called him, Sergeant Bukaki called him, he said, that's how he knew that it was a Boston PD, because of Bukaki talking to him. And this was he said just after 7:00. So if you go back and you listen to Bukaki's testimony, he acts like we didn't know that it was a Boston cop. We didn't know that right away. I mean, these people they just all lie. And it's just that they're all lying on each other. They're all like, you can't have possibly every story down that you're lying about. And it's obvious. There should have been undeniably, everybody should have known that I was a Boston police officer right off the rip. Anybody that's going to testify that it's not.
You are unmuted.
You're crazy.
And I'll take it.
And film yippee-ki-yay ass puppet.
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else, from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved, or when they end, or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
This snowbank.
And
How did they become a snowbank?
Now, as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned, or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight. And so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the search team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34th Field?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team in their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
He took the
May I have one
pictures.
moment?
Remember when O'Hare testified? He's like, I didn't document anything. That wasn't me. I didn't document it. That's not what I did. I didn't do that.
Jurors, we'll be stopping at 4 today.
We'll be stopping at 4 because I have a headache. Says she was trying to go to 4:30. She's like, I can't go to 4:30. Oh my god, I cannot go to 4:30. Oh my god. So. So O'Hare's like, I didn't do any of that. So this is where these evidence
And
bags.
sir, with respect to, I'm going to place before you, Rule 2, I'm direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
Exhibits.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Oh.
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's about to say that morning.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 111. Lieutenant, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114.
Oh God, here we go.
Again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention.
Oh my God.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
You guys, this is right where they were that morning.
Were they taken?
This was
the
right
items
where they
you
were that
photographed,
morning.
Were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, a CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
Because they're
Picked
watching
up
us
and you
talk
asked
about
him to
how
put it
it's
back where you
posted.
found it, and you did so.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117.
Yes.
What do you recognize as?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photo?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start. We can have the lights back on. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Same guys in on the group
Now,
text.
with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in two different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one and the two assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
Because we ain't working
As far as that
overtime.
transportation
We're gonna
or
pay. We're gonna get
transition
paid for
from
it.
the temporary area to the permanent area, what if any sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I am presenting you back.
Brought my own.
Brought his own what? His own gloves. Fucking fool. Little fucking fool.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the item I placed
I'll
before you,
fuck
do you
you up.
recognize that?
Yes.
What do you
Pull
recognize
up,
that to be?
bitch.
The bag that contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
Gloves and his blazer. I brought my own because I'm a germaphobe. Pull up. Pull up. Can I get a shirt that says the Three Stooges with these baldies on them?
Thank you, sir. If you could place that in the back. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
There it is. There was the shoe.
569.
569. The shoe. The shoe.
Yeah, approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
The waterfall
I'm
bar.
handing you,
In McCarthy's, ain't never gonna be the same if Greg up in there. Shot. Sarah Levinson, better come and see my ass. Julie Nagel, bring your snake ass. I'll buy you guys around.
Do you recognize each of those respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And, sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start with the red plastic.
Okay.
Those would have been seen right there that day.
Other Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Now, Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were or not. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Mechanic on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much tail light we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we know we would know if we had it enough or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
Then why wouldn't you take a picture at some point
And
so you guys
prior
can know
to
what you're looking
leaving
for?
from the scene, the 34 Fairview Road, along with the CERT team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
this morning?
Even more of a reason to take a picture. Even more of a reason to take a picture. You guys are pathetic. You people are pathetic. The jury doesn't buy any of it. I'm gonna have to email Alan Jackson. Based off Bukaki's testimony and O'Hare's testimony.
Lieutenant,
So,
from the two items that you
Truman's
have before
lying.
you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the back. And Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
This is 571.
Your Honor, given the time and given where
Why
I
don't you
am,
come to sidebar and say this?
Oh, sorry about that. I was muted. Was probably where he's gonna stop. Literally, we've been through this is 58 witnesses, guys. 58 witnesses, and nobody am I saying, okay, man, could she have done this? Man, could have been an accident. And they just had a no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home. Please do not discuss
Okay.
this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay?
Sure you do. Every day you say that, Bev. Every day.
Yes, sir.
You say
Leaving
that.
your notebooks on your chin. All rise, jury out, jury follow. You may be seated.
For them not to take pictures of what they're supposedly looking for is just beyond me. Here, there's this cracked, here's a picture of it. Let's see if we can find it. Nobody takes a picture of her taillight at any point in time.
well, so he does a bunch of other items. The only connection is that he also does a test.
Bev had to check. She had to unmute herself. Or maybe, court did that. They're like, we're not going to get in trouble, even though Bev's mic isn't on. off. You know what I mean? Guys, it's really going to be in, like, Alan Jackson has this cross tomorrow, and I can just tell you off of memory, we have liars in the building, and either he's lying or the people, like, it's going to come out because of where he says he was and when he was notified, things like that. So it's definitely going to come out. But he just testified and said, like, we didn't know what we were looking for. Well, then isn't that why you would take the picture of her vehicle, the back, and then you'd send it, you'd send that text on over, okay? Or, I mean, come on, it's 2022 at the time, right? This is what the vehicle looked like. See if you can think about anything that you're running an investigation and you're able to get a picture of something. Think about if you've got a suspect that's on the run. Here's a picture of their vehicle. Here's a picture of this. You would send it. You know, this is what we're looking for. You know, I just to think that nobody thought to take a picture of her. We're going to send a team out there to go look for evidence. Get out of here. Get out. That would never happen. They didn't take the back of that vehicle because that's not what they were looking for ever. It's just disgusting. Anyways, guys, I just want to say thank you so much. Hit the thumbs up. Join us back here. We'll be here at 8:40 in the morning. And if I can squeeze in a little bit of a recap, I will this late evening. But I will see you guys all tomorrow, bright and early, all you jurors out there, all you Karen Reed trial watchers. Thank you guys so much. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. Much love. Mwah. We almost got it to 1,000. We had it at 980. So I really thought we were going to tip it. So, all right, guys. See you soon. We got to get that cowbell going one last time. Alan Jackson for the pow-pow. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you. Woo!